My mic is sideways. That's not good. And I cracked my elbow. Ow. Ow. Okay. I'm tired. Let's go. Let's play Genshin. I haven't played Genshin in a hot minute on here. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm exhausted. But I was like, I wanna do Fontaine's story. So that way I don't have to worry anymore about doing Fontaine's story.
Go next. If you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
I'm checking something. Okay. Should be A-okay. Should be. Hey. You can tell I've been too busy to log in that much. Do I have resin? Not condensed. Cool. Let's just do all of the main stuff first and then get into the story. So I think the story starts off in Sumeru, from what I remember seeing. Wait, that still worked, right? I was really fast. Okay. I'm tired. I have done this. Everything. Everything's unlocked. I've marked waypoints. I can delete this because I grabbed that. Oh. Didn't I use a different marker? Yeah, okay. I've also done some of the world quests. Like, the one that involves this. The one that involves this I started. I just kind of walked into it randomly. I did all of the quests I could find for the Little Ones village. Because I really liked it. But we're gonna do dailies. Up here. And then we have the cool new... Ooh, I like it. Wait. Friendship 10? Friendship not 10? Almost. Oh no, and no. I haven't played Wander in a hot minute. I haven't done my dailies in a hot minute either.
Too slow. Too slow.
Thank you.
That's far enough.
I haven't played with audio on in a while, too.
You're dead.
I'll just walk. There's gonna be like...
The wind rises.
No real reason. No real commentary either. Also just hearing the wind rises right there. I just went to see it in theaters because Studio Ghibli Fest is a thing. If you don't know what that is, it's that March through November, I believe. Fathom Events does a re-showing of specific Studio Ghibli movies. I think it's Fathom Events or it's G-Kids. I can't remember which. But, they do that, and I go every year to all the ones I like. I think this year, I've only missed the Spirited Away stage play because I was busy. I was either busy or I was too tired from something. Yeah, I think it's because I was too busy. And then, obviously I wouldn't go to Porco Rosso because I don't like Porco Rosso that much. But yeah, Wind Rises was earlier in the week and it was really good and it made me cry. I'd already seen it, with friends. And we were just, like, memeing on it the whole time. And I had to stop myself from laughing in the theater. Because I remembered our memes. And I was like, oh no, we're stupid. Like, the one fucking guy who just starts, like, eating what basically looks like a bush. It's a salad, right? But it just looks like a whole ass bush.
The wind rises.
And it's super funny. There were only like 3 other people in the theater, too. I guess not many other people actually went out to see it. It's kind of sad because of the fact that I think it was supposed to be the quote-unquote last movie Miyazaki was supposed to have made before The Boy and the Heron this year. And, like, nobody really cared for it. And I was like, why not? It's literally, like, the most beautifully done storytelling I've seen in so long. Then again, all Ghibli movies have, like, the amazing, beautiful story. So many people playing Genshin. Yeah. The only reason I actually got on was because, Ozzy was starting earlier, and I was, like, watching him. And I was like, oh, I should probably play it so I don't get spoiled. So I'm doing my dailies real quick, and then I'm gonna start the story. Wrong person.
The wind rises.
Where are the reinforcements?
Cry louder.
I like how he still says shit like cry louder. He's still such an edgy little dude. I love my Wanderer. He's such a good boy.
Quit following me.
I forget what other things I was gonna talk about. I'm really out of it, if you couldn't tell. I was not prepared to have an anxiety attack because I was supposed to give a first day speech. And I was like, oh no.
Ad Astra Abyssal.
So I literally had a panic attack during class, and I was like, this isn't fun.
Ad Astra.
Class is never fun though, let's be honest. Fish. Bend it. Shangyun. Heck. Where did I put? Oh, sorry, that's it. Right domain. You see Nahida on my team? I'm trying to get stuff for her. Her, Elhatham, and Kaveh all need Gilded and Deepwood. Well, she needs Gilded. She needs Gilded for 1 set, and then all the rest of them need full sets of Deepwood. So I've been working on this for a while. Yeah. I just wanted to use this model today. That's not the right character. I'm this out of it. I fucked up the order.
One with nature. Clouds high. The birds call. The wind knows me.
Give me your energy. Not enough. Not enough. Let's see. That's pretty nice. Oh wait, that's the highest base EM stat. Nahida feather. Nahida feather. I have it memorized now, along with the highest crit damage and crit rate stats, the base ones.
You are not solidified.
Teamwork is dreamwork. Let's
One with nature.
Give me Q.
As one with wind and cloud. Into the wind. You can run, but you can't. Time to go.
Kazuha, my beloved. I started interacting with a community, a VTubers community, that I've been in for a hot minute. I just haven't... That's pretty nice. I just hadn't, like, said much, other than, like, lurking. And I interacted with them, like, last night, and I joined the Discord server they had. And they had a whole introduction where one part of it was, what are your best boys, and, or best girls, or best people?
One with nature.
And I was just like,
Order guide you.
Kazuha. I was like, Kazuha is my best boy.
Bring it on.
You can do no wrong.
Stabilize.
Come here.
Wind strike.
There we go, okay. You can throw everything at the last one, it'll be quick. Damn, attack goblet. And defense stands. What shit? What garbage? This drum's going.
You are not welcome here.
everybody stand back.
The wind knows it. Fallen leaves. Adorn my nights. One with nature. Riptide. You're mine.
There you go. See, 25's the fastest I can do this domain. I just have to have everyone's burst charged. The dancing boss is weak as fuck. The dancing boss was pretty cool. I did it, you know, the one time each for the event. It's pretty cool. Hello. Hey, Eddie. Hey, Eddie, you want my sands? That's the highest of both of them. The highest base one for both. Fuck, this is good. Oh, never mind. That's a defense sands. Oh, let's throw some shit at that. Let's see what our fourth is on that boy. Which substat go defense? Why'd I hit that? I'm gonna do this. So... I'll hate them, right? Damn, that's his goblet. What about... Nahita's this way. There she is. She already has a feather. However... Is it as good as this feather? Either way, hold on, fucking... Where are you? Ants. Watch it be energy recharge. Oh no, you were right. What is the... Is that the highest base defense one? Huh. I don't know. I don't know what defense is. I just know that that looks really high for defense. Oh, let's give it a chance here. Aw, fuck yeah. It gets to live. It gets to live for now. Don't cry, you. Don't cry. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. She doesn't have a... What was her set? Is it full Ian? I can't even Ian Goblet, right? It was either Dendro or Ian. Let's see. I know Kaveh needed full EM. Crit on hat. Yeah, she got crit on hat. She got crit on hat. What's her gobble loot? I think her gobble loot is Elemental Mastery. Let's not have a fucking fire for her. Yeah, I don't have a flower for her yet. I can just give her... Because looking at this, I think this is Kazuha's old one that I was gonna level for him until I got him this. With the sick-ass crit damage. EM or Dendro. I don't think I have any other Dendro. Dendro. I stand corrected, I do have a Dendro. Oh yeah, and this is just her sitting one for her gilded sit. I put in a fucking Cole, because I hate Cole. Collie. Border Collie. I think the other one would be better. I think just leaving her on the EM one. And she has no flowers. She gets deaded. No flower. Flowerless. Yeah. Oh hey! Friendship Tenjo! Wow. Beloved boy, let's go. I like taking little screenshots when they get to friendship level 10. I didn't hear the wow. Oh, it's the Owen Wilson wow, that's why. The Owen Wilson wow is really quiet. Hi, third cultist. Well, I may be cute, but fuck you. Didn't play that much gotcha gotcha, you're good. I'm just a crackhead. Yay! As you can see, I've played a lot of gacha. Like, a lot of gacha. Oh, Farazan Con. Since when? Gotcha. Yeah, I've done a lot. Shut up, Bennett. You're never getting your C6. Never. Never, never, never. That means I have to find someone to replace Zhao in the comms team.
Osmanthus
No! Not right now, Zhongli. Let's see... Kachin? She's already at 10. She's not at 10. You're for Kachin.
Let's finish this quickly.
There we go. No, but I did pay 500 bucks for the sword booba lady, but that's about it. Farazan, dude got that animo buff, yeah. What's her switching animation look like, I wonder? Where is she? She's down in the not level group.
Need the help of an elder, huh?
Shut up, OG-san. We'll put Kaching in.
Let's finish this quickly.
Because if we look at Kaching... Pain. Absolute pain. I don't want her. I don't want her. I don't have a con, thank God. But I physically can't get Kaching again. Thankfully, I have a guarantee.
Same as I remember.
Okay, so we did that, we did those, we did dailies. Eat that. It's time. It's time to do... Caravan Rabat. Here we go. I'm only 500. I should probably go through my own bank statements over the past few years. Wait, do I have Homa? Oh, I do have Homa. Do not heal me. I should go over my bank statements over the past few years and see how much I've spent on Genshin. Because I had to pay for a couple one. Well, not really.
Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
Probably looking for my brother.
Paimon remembers. Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her.
Good memory, Paimon. I guess you may have stumbled upon this place at some point before.
So much time has already passed since then, and it seems
Less than
Sumeru's
100 to
changing
get right
for the
into
better now that
C3.
Nahita's in charge, right?
Yeah.
Paimon just
Probably.
hopes this peace will last a long
You don't spend that
time,
much money, but you don't
and
really
then
care
Nahita
about that
won't
many
have any more new
characters.
problems to deal with.
I just like having every hot guy in the game, and then we incidentally get every single fucking 4-star in the game. Let's see. It'll last fine. Let's get the fuck out of here. Yes, but as long as we're around, it's hard to say what will happen.
Guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next? Come to think of it,
We are going to
maybe
Ace
it's
Attorney
happened to
next.
you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
Listen, I may be blonde, but I was just thinking that you might be the problem, Paimon.
Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange
She
whirlpool
fucking almost
and
died.
got into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Fuck you, next stop, Fontaine. Let's continue our journey.
Look who it is. Running into you in a place like this?
Give me Bioshock. I think that's next update, right? It'll be Bioshock, 'cause this one's Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
Hey, Dea.
Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business.
That guy's doing like some hand
Even
gestures
though
in the
it may have
background, bro. I
nothing
think
to
he's
do
doing
with
gang signs.
But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods.
Can't believe we have
I'm
fake
on my
cat
way to
girl in
report
front
back.
of us.
That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
We're preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine. Because I hate Sumeru. Don't look at me like
You
that.
serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for
Moving
too
on that
long
funky
in
shit,
one
for real,
place.
for real. Maybe he's trying to do magic with hand signs.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad.
Oh, that
just
dude's
thinking
wearing
about
Fontaine
it.
clothes. Okay.
Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
Yeah, like a goodbye party. It'd be cute
had no
though.
clue you'd miss us
Paimon,
so
you're a
much.
bitch.
But don't worry.
We do not
to
perceive that
everyone when we
Celia
get
in
a
the background. We do not.
Sounds
We're getting
good.
out of here.
All you need to do to get to Fontaine
wizard
is
would
cross
game.
this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle.
Bro, I'm gonna teleport.
So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we finish a few more preparations. Journey should be spontaneous.
Wait a sec. Paimon just remembered there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now,
We'll
where's
come back,
that list
Paimon. Fuck you.
made?
Yes, Fontaine, sir? Mr. Fontaine, man?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this.
Mr. Sir Fontaine.
Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
That's true.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
In her case, she'll know from her dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then
True.
I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler in Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care. Bye, Dea.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Fuck this place. I'm teleporting. Oh, it already teleports me. Awesome. Yeah, it automatically teleported me to where I teleported myself before, Laval. So anyways, we're just gonna glide. They expected me to wave rider this shit, but it ain't. Legalized nukes. No. How would you even nuke something in fucking Genshin? We already have overpowered characters all the time. Like, Eddie can make his own nukes with his characters. I mean, so can I. But it's mostly just Kazuha Bennett. Legalize letting me ditch class when I want to ditch class, but I can't because I've deducted too many points if I do. I'm gonna take an emergency landing at this boat. I'm running out of stamina. Acclimate incoming isn't a meme for nothing, you are correct. There we go. See, I was running out of stamina. Also, by the way, I've already resonated with Hydro, so we can do the funny thing, which is this. Oh, hey, it's old stamina bar with this. Am I gonna get cutscened while in water? No, okay, thank God.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port!
Yeah, there's a dog named Baguette here. It's kind of funny.
Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine. Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines.
So I heard. And it's about what I imagined. It's more impressive than I expected. Because I love steampunk France.
Nice, but
Ow. My
maybe
armrest hit
it would
my
be better
leg.
if we found something to do. What do you think?
Let's start by meeting the Hydro Archon.
Good idea. Nahida gave us loads of useful information.
You think I remember that?
Seeking out
All
this
I know
lab
is that she's more
probably
toony than
still our
Fischl.
best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling and also find the truth.
The more we can learn, the better.
An objection.
What do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we
No.
get along? Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
We'll be fine-ish, baby? I don't
To
know.
learn about
I don't
a
like
nation's
Fischl that
gods,
much, so...
Start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
If they act
Ask
as
me,
entitled
it's
as
a
fucking
tragedy
Virgil, I'm gonna
things
beat him
ended
up.
for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden
Archon
plot
is better
twist,
than
but
Fish,
it's
in
a
my
pity that
opinion.
it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Yeah, probably. I'll see when I get there. Anyways, they're talking about a
Excuse
book.
me. Can I help you too? I couldn't help but notice you
Oh, wait.
standing here listening.
Lynette's over there.
We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they?
Her hat's really
And what
weird.
you see in reality may also be someone
Does she have, like,
deliberately
clips
putting
on
an
to
act
keep it in her
while
hair or
harboring
something?
ulterior motives. Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough. Oh, but it looks
Yes,
like
they're
you're not from
fucked up.
around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Phantom of the Opera Epiclese. And they already made a Sound of Music reference in one of the achievements. If they don't make a Phantom of the Opera reference somewhere in the Opera House, I'm gonna be pissed. So they see trials as a sort of opera.
Shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things. It's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases.
I
And
guess.
as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief
Yes!
Justice Neuvillette, as
Yes!
well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine
Oh my God,
created
so
by
much
the
French.
Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
A judgment device created by the Archon. So this is the Nation of Justice. I'm not gonna be able to pronounce the machine. O-M-A-C. O-M-A-C. I'll try. Remember that.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance.
Unless we get put to a case.
Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
Nice.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally. In that case, I'm afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Make an appointment? Time slots? Yeah, you know, like normal shit when you have to meet important
Is
people.
the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of
No,
us
she's
sister
too busy at
stuff?
the Opera House.
Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
She's an influencer.
First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before.
Yeah, because we got no one knowing about Venti. Everyone thinking that Zhongli was dead.
Right?
Everyone hating Ai because she locked off the country.
You could say that.
And no one cared about
Even
Nikita.
say our mascot.
Hang on.
She's a
This is still
mascot
Fontaine's
character.
Archon you're talking about.
Fucking
You should show
TikTok
some more
Archon.
respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's
Bro,
a
we
lot
love
of laws
Neuvillette, though.
here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
Seems the people of Fontaine really like the Hydro Archon. They don't appear to revere her.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House.
Yes, Lynette is there.
Who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime. Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there. She's been staying there alone for quite some time.
Huh. Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
Yeah, she will. It'd be fun.
Maybe we better go check on her.
Come on, man. Swimmers in Fontaine. You can't get me to try and pronounce that. Listen, man, I've had to deal with a lot of French before. I've had to go to Canada before. I'm not that good at speaking French. Hi, Lynette. Like, if you thought I was bad at trying to pronounce shit in Sumeru, this is about to be pretty bad, too.
Excuse me? Are you alright?
Huh?
Hey, Lynette.
I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
I am seeing with my eyes. Which hill?
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe their mermaids are a fantastical race from
No people
Fontaine.
call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged. He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea. But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories.
Okay.
It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
I'm on the entire nation of water
I
is
don't
sinking.
believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
He sounds so sassy. Hi, Lainey.
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my
Linny?
sister Lynette.
I like calling
If I
him
had
Liney
to
because he seems
guess,
whiny.
I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Fine, Linny.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
We don't have
We were
passports.
just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Suck it. There's hardly anything left for me to say with you around Paimon. You always steal my lines.
So that's how you think it is?
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Roasted.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
Oh, I accidentally...
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh,
Exactly as she says.
that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
What's up in Fontaine?
Where to begin? Let's put that question on hold for a moment. We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Linny. It's a pleasure to meet you.
And hello, Paimon.
Looks like he like tried to slap her ass.
Paimon, get a handshake! You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Slap someone's ass.
Alright then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
Oh, the chain in his hat actually moves pretty well. I didn't really notice it till now. Switch to walk.
Stabilize.
You know what? That's okay. I just kind of accidentally, you know? Actually, you know what? This would be pretty lore action.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Oh, hey, there she is. What's your name again? I don't remember her name. Have a good lurk, Thespian! Yeah, it's super fun to explore. Shit, there she is.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
My dear people, rich and poor, those with cup in hand and those with nothing at all, raise your glasses in celebration. If you don't have one, then just raise your hand in lieu.
She going.
As you can all see, 2 unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion who have journeyed here from distant lands.
What's with like the Chuny eye? Why does she has one normal eye and one weird eye?
Is she talking about us?
Nobody here seems to be holding a glass.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you left in your wake as you visited other nations, but I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive
What turmoil?
You
We
personally.
helped all the other
Fear
nations.
is for
Well, most of them.
insignificant cowards. I am a god.
I still with the dual
and I will never
powers. Oh, with the
entertain
two, like,
notion
the
of
light and
such
dark
meaningless
energies.
wariness. You can be rest assured. I see clearly your sincerity.
I like
Of
how her
course,
eyelashes
seeking
are
an
done. They're
audience
really
with
fancy
me
and stupid.
Is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent
And her hat's
people
like a stupid
always
crown.
gather under the correct banner.
She's like
I,
less.
Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro.
She's like less
and
Chuny
acknowledge the
feeling
value and
than
significance
Fischl,
of
because at
your
least Fischl is making up random German
Now,
words.
You may rejoice in this.
Well, finding the Archon was easy enough.
Yeah. Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
We kind of have only been here for a
But
few minutes,
the
huh?
Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
Don't say that in front of him.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding. Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent. I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities. You had best stop and consider.
Okay.
Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god?
Oh, we had a spy
All
one now.
it takes is a flick of my finger for me to know everything about you.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Just like she can't get over herself.
Oh? What's with these looks? Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
I'm just a humble traveler, gamer.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course.
Uh-huh.
That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her.
Duel?
Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Ooh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
I love her outfit. Honestly, it's really nice.
You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Bring it on, fighting gods. I've got a resume. I do have a resume of fighting gods.
Are you not afraid? Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
So she's just a coward. I see.
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Chlorine.
Stand down, Clorend.
Clorend, my bad.
Bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior. Unfortunately,
Winnie and Lynette just standing there like,
people
yup.
nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
Oh, you're just putting it off because you can't fight.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
On Arrhenius, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
We're not a criminal.
Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
All right! Now that'll be worth seeing!
Okay.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. Such a grand opera house. It would be
I've
a
never
pity
played an
not
Ace
to
Attorney
use it.
game.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
It's fine.
Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes. We literally just arrived here.
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clear.
Or we fought the Raiden Shogun. What the fuck are you on? Yeah. Like, we beat the shit out of the Raiden
So
Shogun.
that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
She's making them up as she goes.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
They're engaged the court debate and it's decided by fisticuffs where the winner was right. Yo, I love that.
Now, if you two have no objections, then in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun, but if you would allow me to interject, I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
You tell her, Linny! Really,
Tell her,
somebody's
Linny.
not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
You're a little person.
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
Isn't Paimon just food with wings? She doesn't have wings.
Ta-da!
Thank you, Lynette.
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
When Linny patted you on the back? Oh, declaring her a pet. I see.
As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the Traveler's hand all along. It was just that no one could see it before.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
This means that she doesn't know what Paimon is.
I thought it was pretty good.
Listen, if you go into an actual court of law and try to justify what Paimon is, you would also have trouble.
It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
The delayed laughter doesn't help you, honey.
Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person. But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
You can't... The answer's pet, yeah.
Forward to seeing
You
your
can't
performance at the
judge
Opera House,
other
Miss
archons
Lily and Miss
because
Lynette.
they rule
That's
their
enough
own
for
lands
now.
and have their own laws, and your laws do not apply to them. This isn't maritime law. You don't get cool stuff. We are not in international waters. We at Fontaine's port.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most
Yeah, she can't.
unpredictable
She's
Archon
stupid and I
Paimon's
love her.
ever
You love
seen.
stupid people.
Never even
Because you're
had a chance
stupid.
to ask her anything.
That means you like
But that's
Fischl a
the
little
problem
bit,
for
because she's
future
chuny like
Paimon.
Fischl.
That whole scene just now was really...
Thanks for bailing us out, Linny. I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy. So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Yeah, confusing is a good way to put it. Is she really that reasonable?
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
Yeah, why do I think I hang out with
just
you
know
so
a
often?
few
Because
simple
I'm the
tricks
smartness
I
you don't
use to make
have.
a living. Lynette
Duh.
is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
I liked Fish at first, but then got super annoying. Yeah.
Trials are held in Fontaine?
I never liked her. She's always been annoying as shit.
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of
Right, I forgot.
performances,
I'm
I would
modeled
be
today. You
remiss
can
to
see me when I'm
forego
trying
this
to crack my
opportunity
neck.
gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Aw, thanks, Lynette. That's cute. Yeah, sure.
We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
I'd be delighted.
Splendid.
Oh,
In
look
that
at his little-
case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first.
Is there any way I can help?
You really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
That's a bag. This is a poop bag.
What are they going to use it for?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin. No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved. Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with
This sounds like
sins?
Christianity.
What is that supposed to mean?
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
But now the water is engulfing our memories. It won't be long before it engulfs us.
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death. We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late. So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them. As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
Oh, Paimon gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
If the prophecy is true, then is there no way to prevent the disaster?
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things. Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
Oh well. Magic pocket. Alright, hello, member of the guard.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy. Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
What? You mean you don't—
No, I believe in
Oh,
the
I
prophecy.
accidentally clipped through it.
But I also believe in another story. The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land. So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
None of you can really resonate with the Hydro statues like I can, so, you know. And y'all don't have visions
You're
either.
the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
It's understandable that you didn't recognize it because I'm just a blonde person.
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best. Thanks.
Shut up and take the bag.
Please,
It's a cool looking
also
bag
thank the
too. You could just
magician
like
on
carry
my
random
behalf
shit in it,
when
you know.
you get the chance.
Where's the third person? Oh. Hello, ma'am.
Huh? I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything. Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
It could be a nice fashion
Still
accessory.
take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
You don't have to move yet. There's the boy. There he is. Walks into cutscene a little fucking weird.
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say? I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
Okay. Many of them are quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes. I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
Yes.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing. I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Well, I've already collected a shit
that
ton
would
of
be much
resources, so yeah, we can do it.
appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
No time to lose.
It seems we have to use Hydro to collect Romaritime flowers.
Yeah, I didn't know that, and I just kind of fucking accidentally into them because I was walking around as child. I think it'd be cute if they made merch of the magic pockets.
You made quick work
Just literally
of that.
tote bags
I can
that
tell
have the
you're an
pattern on it.
experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
No way. I'm in power-saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
Okay.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief. Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up.
Okay.
You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Wait, there he is. There's Baguette. Or she, my bad. This is Baguette. Isn't she cool? She's a weird poodle.
wanted us to wait. Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Yeah. Ready to stop her.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction! What should we do? Should we chase her?
Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Winnie.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away. Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Seems there's no reason for us to stay here. Let's go find Winnie.
Yeah, let's go.
How long will it take if I set out?
Are you sure that's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier. Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Oh, did you get hurt, Linny?
Me too.
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
True.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated. But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Linny's initiative paid off.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Shit, don't ever lose. I want to keep my Homa. Well, I'm going to real quick. There we go. Okay, I just wanted to fix that. I noticed it was cutting my ear off. Okay. Got some achievements. Let's see. Whoop. Nothing else, okay. Oh, yeah, my name card. I'll use y'all for a little bit. Okie dokie. Aqua Bus time! I like the Aqua Bus actually. The Aqua Bus is really fun. Although I will admit, one time I rode an Aqua Bus and it fucking crashed my game.
So, we ride this thing to go into the city? What an ingenious way to get around! People in Fontaine really know how to use water!
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine. It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
So you
Makes
mean
sense.
it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
What an asshole. Wow.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much. Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
Still rude. Can't believe you. That's your sister, you're mean.
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Let's go. Chugga chugga choo choo. Hey, wait, Charlotte!
Aren't you the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette?
Hello. I don't believe we've...
I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Hey Charlotte, how's it going?
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you. Wait, could that be the legendary traveler who's been making headline after headline in their journey across Tibet?
I guess you could say that.
Amazing! You recognize everybody almost immediately!
I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who's who, would I? Wow, today must be my day. Who knew I would end up on the
We were
same
thinking
boat
that
as so
Charlotte
many
was going to be the first
VIPs?
crowd catalyst.
Could my vision finally be showing me some favor?
So, Charlotte, what do you usually report on?
Well, when there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That would definitely get my attention. Even I want to read those now.
That's fine and all, but what I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
Where's the Melanese that usually pilots
serial
this?
disappearances of young women case. That's right. These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
Huh. That's kind of what that happens,
The
yeah?
first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago. And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace.
Am I watching Criminal Minds or some shit?
Is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
Not even their
Many
bones have
suspects
been found.
arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
There must be more criminal at work. Well, maybe there are copycats.
Yes, it's possible. But either way, I believe that every
Poor
case
Charlotte.
has some precise
She
truth
does have
behind
to
it,
write.
waiting to be exposed.
I feel like she
Yes, I
just got red
agree.
flags to be kidnapped.
And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd
Oh,
pay
you know,
any
actually,
price
this would
to
make a
get
lot
her
more
back,
sense because I saw
and
the
then
trailer.
find a way to track down the culprit.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
Lenny, please don't fucking manifest that shit.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
Nice. Yeah, cutscene writing this definitely takes away from the actual majesty of plane writing this, so I'm glad I plane wrote it first. Straight up, if you got Genshin and you're in Fontaine, just ride the aqua buses normally. They're actually really fun. Well, they're actually really nice if you want to view. And the Melamese is something cool. Or say something cool sometimes. The one that crashed me was talking about the Institute that blew up. Which was kind of funny. They were talking about how the Institute blew up and then my entire Genshin fucking killed itself. Now I don't get that, like, dialogue anymore, so I never get to see the rest of it.
I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
I have an interview you to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
See you when you're a 4-star playable, I bet.
Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
I hope she's a 4-star.
What a tough job. Always running around and interviewing everyone. Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
No one knows where to start anyway. Except I started with Virgil, and I wanted to punch Virgil. Oh no, I didn't start with Virgil. I went to the Milanese village. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right at all either way. Hey, this guy has gone. Hey, it's the weird ball thing I tried to jump into. Fontaine's so pretty. I'm so glad we're out of Sumeru. Fuck that shit. Stupid ass desert. I've already talked to all the NPCs on my own.
This is our current abode.
We had
Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
My boy, my bean. I'm gonna do one singular temple for him, and if I don't get him,
Everyone
I'm
is getting
fucking dead.
busier now that Father will be returning soon. I suppose that can't be helped. Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Hello.
He's so sweet. Guessing you saw the new kit for the blah blobber. Yeah, fucking Kraken? Why? I get that bomb rush isn't a thing anymore, but still, Kraken? Kraken on a blah blobber? That's toxic. Lenny sure seems to have a big family, and a talented one too. I saw when they posted the JP one for the blah blobber and the Sorella and everything. And I was just like, oh no, what are the kids?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
It's alright, you go ahead.
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption. Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Can't believe they put a charger kit on a
I went
ballpoint.
diving and gathered
I know,
lots of
right?
materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's why I didn't show the
That's
ballpoint. The
our
ballpoint looked like
Fremine.
garbage.
Always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
I'm about to not be scared of ballpoints anymore. Well, that specific ballpoint. And the umbrella also looks like a kind of crummy kit. I hate jets though. It's raining. My camp.
Looks like rain.
No shit, Leonard.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe.
Most of you guys all in believing
a dragon
legends.
of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Aw, he's just a sad boy. He's just a sweet little sad boy. I'm excited to have
As a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs.
Theatrics. with no
Hydro
shit.
Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Could that Hydro Dragon be the elemental dragon of Fontaine? They're one of the elemental dragons of Tadam.
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try.
Doesn't feel like 2:30 in the afternoon. Feels like 9 p.m.
Hydro Dragon, don't cry!
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
Jeez, Linny, you're a bitch.
You might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Damn, Lynette's got him
Sorry.
down.
It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
We met the Wind Dragon. I like our Wind Dragon.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
We slapped the Geo Dragon. We did. That is
Preparations
true.
for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Araneus. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead, Linny. See you at the performance.
Oh, are you leaving now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it? Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there? I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
He's so sweet. I love him.
Don't worry, we're on the case.
I love him so much.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks. I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
You can make it up by joining my fucking team.
No need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Alright. Bye from now.
Thanks again, you two. I really can't deal with that lady.
You love it, soft little bean boy. He's precious.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Bonjour.
Oh, hello there. New customers?
Oh, Estelle. Hey,
Looking
Estelle.
to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
Oh no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making...
They gave the new GooTuber Ultra Stamp too, which is funny. It's nasty.
These must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now.
Do we need to pay?
No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on
I
paying
can't wait
the
to kill
full
YouTubers
amount,
trying to stamp me.
saying
It'll
that
be
I had
funny.
a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Whoa.
They are good beans.
So, is Linny actually loaded?
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Actually, maybe after this I can actually talk to Estelle. I think I have all the materials to get all the stuff.
It looks really advanced.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically, when a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments. But Paimon still doesn't get get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
Well, Venti and Nahida both said the gods rely on belief to obtain power.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Yeah.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides Indemnitium, we have another type of energy called Pneumosia. It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
Every time I see that pneumosia, I think it's pneumonia.
Here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind.
So that explains why Jean-Louis was so weak upon release.
You again?
Listen!
Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
I'll beat you up.
But how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no? 70%.
The weird thing is that Zhongli had the most belief out of all the Archons. Literally everyone believed in him, knew he existed, and would make contracts in his honor and name.
We finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
You're right, sounds like the usual case of someone owing somebody else money.
Hey, hold on! Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first? If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of mora. So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
Haha.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
We love it!
We're surprised to see you too! What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Shut up, Eddie! My boy! Shut up, Eddie! Shut up, Eddie! You suck! Leave my boy alone! We sure seem to run into a lot of friends today. Fontaine is a really curious place.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring. But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
Shut up, child!
Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting. Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
I think we've already weathered enough storms for now. I don't mind a little excitement every now and then.
Hey, you! Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over
It's not
there
often, he says. The last time we saw him in lore was the Labyrinth event.
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends? Listen to me, boy. If you want your mora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
I like how Paimon leans over and is like, fuck off.
Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tusser ice fishing, Tusser said,
"Oh, you're so precious."
Way over the line. All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients.
Child.
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense. You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
You bitch is no. Yeah. Okay, sure. Go ahead, they're all yours.
I'm unsure this won't take long.
I love how he went ice fishing with his siblings. It's so cute. Oh, really?
You can run, but you can't hide.
Hold on, what'd they give me? What'd they give me? Where's my... He has more health and fucking attack than mine. More EM too. Okay, I get it. I get it. Polar Star is great and I should have gotten it, okay? Listen, I didn't have money. Oh, never mind. They gave him Noblesse. Ew. He's definitely not gonna do the damage of mine. Oh, you're C3. Damn, okay. I see how it is. C3. 9, 11, 8, 8, 8. Yeah, they gave him noblesse. Where's mine? Mine's are 9, 8, 9. Just haven't gotten all the shit yet. Yeah, they did him a bit dirty by noblessing him. They did him dirty. Yeah, he's performing less significant numbers than mine.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Oh? I mean, he is a Hydro character. I mean, he could physically punch you. Sure, he punches the bow!
Huh. That was weird.
Lone shark child. Yeah, you spelled lone wrong. What just happened? You feeling alright?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them.
Aw, now
Maybe
they're
there's
running away like
something
little
wrong with my
pussies.
vision?
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Dumb motherfucker. Don't use your delusion. You better not use your delusion too often. I don't have a vision, so don't ask me.
What are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
So you came to Fontaine.
What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself.
I mean, he was stuck in the
But
abyss for
recently,
years.
There seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
This is power. Do you have any idea where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
Yeah, I have friendship level 10 with child, I
During
know.
that time, I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk. She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
But what is it? What did you awaken?
Should we really be having this conversation in front of Estelle?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss. In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
So you're one...
Oh, that sounds familiar!
Yeah.
When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
It's very possible that power inside you is connected to your instinct with the abyss.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
She's dead.
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss. But it's been years now, and I've
Thank you,
still
Car.
found nothing.
Mhm.
There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that.
True.
Oh, seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Official
Of course.
champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yeah, it's pretty sick.
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best, and the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death. So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
Makes sense.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens.
I like
Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine.
Same old child.
Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorinde, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before.
We met the Hydra Archon.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm
Might as
just
well keep it
worried that
safe.
it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now.
Well,
besides,
we'll take care of it.
I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again,
I love
don't
that
you?
though. I'm down.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
So that's why he doesn't have his vision in the trailer.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon. Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance.
Sounds like fun. It sounded like I had an explosion.
Wow!
Never mind.
I could have seen that coming! The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
You don't blurt it out, Paimon. It's hard to spoil the mystery for everyone else.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Whew. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading. You have any idea how long we've been bordering here?
Whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
I'm good. You already spoiled who the murderer is.
Sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going.
Yep.
Linny said that the Opera House is on Aeneas, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
Hold on. I like... Okay. This way. I want to go see if I can buy those blueprints real quick. Hello, Clockwork Mecha. Goodbye, Clockwork Mecha. Hey, stuff. I'd like to buy. Oh, I believe I have. Oh, no, I don't. Don't have enough. I don't have oranges. Oranges. Damn. Oh well. I got a couple at least. Finale of the Deep, Song of Stillness, and Flowing Purity. Okie dokie. Alright, so... we'll try and ride the Aqua Bus. See if I can get that one bit where they talked about it. This isn't the right way, it's this way. Right? That's not the elevator. This way is the elevator? That was just up the stairs. Bro, where the fuck am I going? Oh, the statue though. It's the Navia line. Honk. Can't say to spoilers, but cute. You're cute too, kitties. We're just gonna go see the opera. I'm just waiting for the elevator. Alright, it's the Navia line. So I had to go this way for the new boss. Hey look, the Aqua Bus is already here. Hello, Elfane. When does the now? Alright, Elfane. You got anything good to tell me?
Welcome, passengers from abroad. Tour guide Elfan, at your service. The destination of this Aqua Bus is Arrhenius. The island experiences rainy weather all year round. I do not know if this is due to the frequent visits of Lady Farina and the Chief Justice. I recommend that all passengers bring a raincoat. If you haven't got one and need to buy one now, don't worry. The Navia line runs all day, so you can simply catch the next boat. Some people worry that the success of the engineers in improving Mecha will result in the replacement of humans and Melazines in Fontaine.
Melazine. Okay, that's what I'm saying. Melazine.
Passengers, these fears are unfounded. Mecha have no need for food, clothing, and shelter. Nor do they seek happiness and entertainment, and will not spend a single mora in pursuit of these. In these aspects, we possess advantages that machines cannot hope to surpass.
I believe I was looking this way when it crashed, so let's try and look this way.
We are now arriving at Marcotte Station, where this journey ends. Any passengers interested in taking a commemorative photo of their Aqua Bus journey are advised to do so at the Court of Fontaine Station on the Clementine line.
That's cute.
This is because the atmosphere there is much livelier. Plus, my diligent colleague Aval keeps her boat in a much cleaner, photo-ready condition. And also, my Melazine hands struggle with holding cameras.
True. Thank you, Elfin. Alright, and guess what? It's actually all the fuck way over there, so we're just gonna teleport no matter what. I just wanted to ride the Aqua Bus.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
I haven't actually stepped inside the Court of Fontaine nor the Opera House, so this will be cool.
Oh, Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
That's rude.
maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
Fuck if we know, there's a pigeon.
Vache.
Huh?
What's wrong?
Vache.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Vache.
Did you say something, Paimon?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing
I'm
things?
surprised. It was Eddie. Strange. Whose voice said that just now?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get
Bashir,
here?
huh? Bashir.
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
By the way, Lynette, I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice is coming from the fountain. Oceanid bullshit, oceanid bullshit, oceanid bullshit.
Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
You remember Nahida fucking with our brains?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
True.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the
Well, actually,
Fountain
there's
of
like 3
Lucine
types
is
of
where
tears.
all
There's like, you know, the
flowing water in
emotional crying
Fontaine
tears.
converges.
The tears you do to like
Even
when
the
your
tears
eyes are
that fall to
dry.
the ground will
Like the
eventually
tears from like
gather
allergies
here.
or something like that.
So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
Well, that's an interesting explanation. Not sure whether I buy it though.
So, what did the
I'm like,
voice
I'm
say?
gonna cry right now, I'll tell you what. Seem to be calling out someone's name.
Huh. If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lenny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, hell yeah, let's go do that.
That makes sense. Let's go in and see Linny.
Cool. Offerings to the Fountain of Lucine. Offer hydro sigils you obtain. Oh, wait. Wow. You can throw hydro sigils you obtain across Fontaine into the Fountain of Lucine outside the Opera Epiclis to raise its level and obtain valuable rewards. Oh, it's like the fucking tree, isn't it? Yeah. Is that Northern's Midlander's sword billet? Midlander, huh? How many levels we got? 50 currently? Okay. I have a lot. Oh, that's pretty! Up to level 8. Nice. Ooh, gave me a Shrine of Depths key. Let's go.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as
I get it, we're
remember.
being Osmanthus blind. I should have the Midlander's sword billet. Yes, I have a million spin crystals. No, I don't use them for shit. Oh! It appears as if a child lost control of the elemental power within it before. The vision has lost its glow now that its owner has left it behind. Huh. Huh. Okay. Enigmatic pages suck my nuts. Drain conch cup. Yeah, because I have Northlander billets. Northlander. Oh, okay. Well, anyways. Alright, let's go to the Opera House. Yours is at 16 right now? Okay. I mean, I just got half of what you did and just randomly exploring and having fun. Ooh, look at this lovely double staircase.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
I've been to one opera house and 3 separate theaters, and they've all been really gorgeous theaters.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment, I'll fetch the tickets.
Yeah, I'm gonna do more like chess hunting and stuff later, probably. But I'm gonna end it after store and get food. Because damn, it's already been 2 hours, and I only spent like, what, 20, 30 minutes doing beginning stuff?
So you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Linny!
Aw, you're real sweet, Linny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
There is.
Hey, Linny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh,
Hello.
I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Sure, let's get busy.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Linny.
I kind of want to go up to the balcony. Listen, I know we never, like, you always get balcony seats whenever you go to a theater, right? It's like, you can't afford, like, front row seats, but like, sheesh. The balconies themselves are so gorgeous. I saw like blue for a second.
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Paimon floats. I saw the back of his head. I already know who it is. Monsieur!
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Yep, Paimon. That's usually your job.
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry. I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya?
I love him already.
You sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
Paimon is extremely loud no matter what.
That's not it, Paimon's... Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So, let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
Let's talk about Nuvolet's fucking outfit here, because goddamn! Oh my god, he's so pretty! I love him! I'm so excited. I'm so excited to get him. I might spend money. Probably not. I have a lot saved up. But if he's not together with Rio Thessaly, I believe that's how you pronounce it. I don't know how to pronounce it. Worcestershire sauce? And then I might be in trouble. It's gonna be more awkward.
Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
I love him. I love him.
So you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have
that
you
felt
here
like
to
a
see my
wrong
show.
pronunciation.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet?
Neverlet. I don't think there's an R in there. I don't think it's a sound of an R in there.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is. Allow me to
There we
introduce
go.
you to
Nervillet.
Fontaine's Chief
That's more
Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Indu. Okay. Or
Sorry
Idu?
for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really.
I love
And
him
by
so
the
much.
way,
I'm like,
I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to. There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
I love you,
So I think
Douglas,
you
so
should take
much.
notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Farina.
Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
I love him
Alright,
so much.
Please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
True. Love how he just treats her like a petty child. She is. She is.
They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting!
Paimon, get down here.
Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage
Yeah.
today.
She.
Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Grab her mouth.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
Did I just see that?
A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. Huh?
I did see it. I'm not crazy. Cool.
But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes.
Oh, chlorine's up there. I'm just gonna call her chlorine for a hot second.
It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that's pretty nice, actually. I've never really cared for magic shows, but that was actually pretty cool. She's a pretty child. Look at her. Someone get her a coffee, please. Oh. I didn't read your previous message for it.
How did he do that? Paimon didn't see him do anything.
Paimon, you're also like a hyperactive child.
How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
What a show. No wonder he's a famous magician.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you, everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member.
I like how the particles like scooched on
my
his
assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here and one is there in the aisle among the audience.
Okay.
I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow, how's he gonna do this?
Come on.
Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then,
It just puts up
let's
the letter.
begin.
It just puts the letter 5. Number 5, my bad.
Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as
I like
possible.
the balloons inside. That's cool.
You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meripede.
Meripede.
Oh, okay.
She's like,
All
okay.
right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown?
What, from 60?
Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up.
Okay.
Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh, Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that.
I'm sure Lenny's prepared. With the whole crowd counting together. You couldn't even you couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
Okay.
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is.
I love
Merely a
him
consequence
so
of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
I love him so much.
Alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40, 39, 38!
I'm glad that you even played sound effects for that guy clapping his hands.
Mr. Lenny, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Okay.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
I think it's all part of the show. Maybe he's just supremely confident in his abilities. That wasn't a good noise.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
They come from the stage? Maybe it was just to divert our attention.
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Lenny? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10! Ooh, animated.
Almost there now.
8!
Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
That was cute.
Ta-da!
That's cute. Oh shit! Well,
What happened?
well, fuck. That guy's dead.
Huh? Is this part of the show? Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
That wasn't good. Oh boy.
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Man, I'm dead.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough.
I am alarmed.
Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
You pull it off like this from an audience, including the Archon and Chief Justice.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
What is he? What would he want with them?
Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
There's no real point to this.
This all occurred during your magic show, did it not?
Bro, when you talk about fucking jump the shark, this shit is fucking leaping the shark.
The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not? Now that I think about it,
She is just a petty child who's stupid as shit.
about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
He's a suspect at most. It's hard to believe all this happened during the show.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he...
Oh yeah, she just got swept up in it like a stupid
think
bitch.
it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
Oh, shut up, you.
Kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Lenny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
I trust Lenny.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Lenny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold
I feel like
such
this
a
is like
riveting
ending the
showdown and decide
Archon
the
chapter
true
for now.
victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order.
Well, actually, Eddie was complaining about
Well,
it being
Traveler,
Ace Attorney, so...
seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him in this case?
I know nothing about court law. Here we go.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troop are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot Outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Lenny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No way in
Good
fucking
to
hell.
hear. Thank you so much for trusting me.
You were in the box. You were also
I'm sure
on the other
everyone
side
sees me as the
entire
biggest
time.
suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not, and I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either.
Do we think the robot's
If
kidnapping the
someone tampered
girls?
with my performance, then we need to figure out
Like
what
the
they
Judgment
did.
robot? I know that
Even
sounds like a
skilled and
stretch, but like I've
knowledgeable
watched a
magician
lot
like
of mystery
myself couldn't
shit.
pull all that off in just 1
And
minute.
obviously it's not Lenny, and obviously it's not Nouvellette, and obviously it wouldn't be Farina, 'cause she doesn't fucking give a shit about that sort of thing. The only other thing I think of is just a rogue mechanical AI. Would be kidnapping girls to try and figure out something. Don't know what, though. I don't know. You can click me on this and be like, if I'm wrong later in the future, some shit. I think we're getting 4 updates of story? 3 or 4? So, we have plenty of time before I'm wrong. Even a skilled magician. I keep saying musician because I'm more into music. It's very strange, but there's no divine what happened.
Investigate! As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where the fuck did you get those glasses, Paimon? They look stupid as shit.
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh? Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
No, they look stupid on Paimon.
Good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence.
That's why we're here, apparently.
Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Won't lay down. I'm used to this sort of thing. I ain't.
Just leave it to us.
I've never played an Ace Attorney game.
Since we're going to start investigating,
Nor if I watched
a
gameplay of
question
Ace
first.
Attorney, really.
Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
You kind of have to
The
reveal them,
secrets
this is
behind
choice.
our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it.
That's not the answer I'm looking for. Just say
But
words.
if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it. We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Yeah.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We're Linny and Lynette's, attorneys.
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone...
Oh, they even put like a... Oh, that's a really shitty drawing of his dead body.
In charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
Why was Cowell inside? Isn't the girl supposed to be in there?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
No, it isn't.
He doesn't have a motive!
The direct line of reasoning would be that someone else came and tampered with everything
Are you both
else.
good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for
Like, the whole thing is set up too well.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand.
Okay, here's the thing. With how the pyrotechnics on the stage work, right? The only way they would have been able to burn the fucking ropes above it, because I've done stage crew before, mind you, and we are very neat and tidy about these sorts of things, is that the ropes would have been set to go across and over the heads of the audiences for the water tank, which wouldn't make a single bit of fucking sense. So there's no way in hell it's actually Linny, and someone else definitely came and sabotaged it, most likely with lighting a small fire at the edge of the rope right there and getting away as it burned through the rope. And as we saw, like, we saw the person in Cowell's mask walking away because they, like, threw their hand up and fantastic gesture, walked away. That was probably our actual fucking person. It's probably the person who actually did this. Because there's no way in hell it was Linny. Linny was in the other box. there was also another assistant by the box. So I doubt it thoroughly. And since that, like, you know, our last assistant didn't fucking speak when next to the box, that was probably our culprit. Can you tell I watch a lot of Criminal Minds, Law and Order, and the like? I think I've watched every single episode of Criminal Minds. And then I've watched every single episode of original Law and Order, and I don't think I finished all of SVU. I think my subscription ran out before I could finish all of SVU. But there's no way in actual hell that they rigged the ropes to go over the audience's heads, because you can see, like, right behind it. I can't point physically with a hand, because I have a hand, but it doesn't move. And I don't have, you can't see my cursor, which kind of sucks. But, over to the left side of the screen, left of this guy's face, and right of it as well, you can see that there are the pyrotechnic stands. So that doesn't make sense. Sorry, I had a phone call. Wait. Shit. Oh no. Wait, did... Oh no, is the... No! My emergency tab out killed it. Hold on. Sorry, until the end of the cutscene, you're only gonna be able to hear what this guy says. I'll try to manually go through it so I can explain what's going on behind it. I had an emergency phone call, stupid fucking... but that's not always true. People can also be the most reliable evidence. We're looking through, like, the broken glass of the cage. Thank you, sir. You can use the case record to confirm your current evidence and clue collection situation and sort case-relevant information. You can check as yet undiscovered evidence and clues in the case record, then investigate the corresponding area to locate them. Use the perception skill to find evidence and clues that can be investigated within a certain radius around yourself. This will advance your overall progress. Guards Investigation Report. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launch at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowell, who was within it. It seems evident that Lenny himself is the likeliest user of the prop to commit the crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowell and the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remain mysteries. Deceased identity. The deceased is one of Lenny's assistants named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowds engaged. Can I get out? Yeah, I'm out of cutscene. Okay, hold on. Oh, that's... There you go. I was on the wrong scene. That's why it wasn't showing, it's the wrong scene. My dumb ass. Can't read. Poor shit. Okay, cool. Alright. Use E for perception skill. Alright. Clues inside the opera house. Case records can be opened quickly while investigating an area. Let's see. Alright. This is where the magic box was struck. If Cowell were inside the box at that moment, he might have dodged the falling water tank. It's like, look above, right? Oh, they don't even have an actual, like, catwalk or anything. There's no actual way in hell that these pyrotechnics here would have burned it if the fucking... Oh, this is stupid. Yeah, there's no way in actual hell. Because that would mean logic would dictate that the ropes were somehow going across this top line here. And there's no actual catwalk or anything up there. So there's no way this actually was like running or anything like that. Okay.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall.
The weird thing is that it looks severed at one end.
The rope looks pretty durable.
But I think they cut it.
How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
Either Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look! This bit is made from different material! Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
It seems to be flammable, like a flat type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that... Wait!
Yep.
Why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes!
Special rope. This rope is used to suspend the water tank. It suddenly broke when the fireworks were being launched on stage. The investigation has shown that the location where the rope snapped was made of flammable material. No. Okay. So it's over here is what I was thinking. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Well, no shit, honey. The water tank must have been suspended all the way up near the ceiling. That's at least, knowing from what I know about theaters, 4 stories. Those balconies are really fucking high up, dude. It feels scary sitting at the front of a balcony at a theater, man. It's terrifying. Also, the weight of all the water and the metallic box would have definitely increased the acceleration. Alright, I got that guy and that guy left. Here, Quentin. Hello, Quentin.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
They tampered with that too.
Lenny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Lenny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
He's the magician and the stage performer. He wouldn't have access to that information.
Lenny reserved our seats for us too.
He specifically reserved those for us, but literally
I was saying it'd
silence.
be tough to make a case for Lenny.
Thanks, sorry to bother you.
Even though it's bad for Lenny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Random number selector. This device was used during Lenny's magic performance to choose a lucky number in the audience. However, the guards have found that it will generate the exact same number no matter what, so you clearly tampered with it. Excuse me. Hello, Maurice.
Hello there. What are you investigating?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troupe members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Did you tell us who she is? We're Lenny and Lynette's attorneys.
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The magic troupe members all claim not to know her, and we have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the magic troupe at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
Okay then.
Thanks for letting us know all
No need
this.
to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us.
Thanks, Maurice.
It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
Information about the missing lady's identity. Halsey is the missing person. Isn't that the name of, like, an artist? Like a music artist? She made an album called Badlands, I think, or something like that. She's a famous painter and came to watch the magic show in order to take a break from her own creative work. She isn't known for having entangled in the quarrels of any of the members of Lenny's magic troupe. Okay, there's something up there. Hello.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, alright?
Who the fuck are you?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it. It's just that everyone was awaiting the results of Lenny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
That makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Lenny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
No, the rope was clearly...
Wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
And wouldn't the water tank have started to swing a bit in that case?
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
Strange sound during the magic show. During switching performance, there was an audible thump that many audience members heard. Is that the only, like, clue I have left? Aha, it isn't. Oh, this is the important clue. It's those two. Alright, let's check out the magic box. It looks like an ordinary box, but Lenny somehow moved instantly from the stage to being inside of it. How did he do that? There's no way for there to be trapdoors in the audience row. You'd hear the difference in noise walking past it. Even if it is carpeted above it, you'd still hear more hollow noise. you sure that these ones aren't the last? Okay, this is the last one.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright.
Okay. It's like a specialty domain too. Okay, let's see if we can leave to the back of the opera house. See if we can go up to the balconies. Oh.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here! I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
Oh. Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula?
Oh, that's how you pronounce it?
Disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums. You name it. Spina di Rosula does it. And I,
Spina di
Nadia,
Rosula.
have the honor of being its renowned president.
She's pretty, I like her.
For those who play by our rules, call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
It's the French Mafia.
I am the second generation president. Malus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No, no need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
Transatlantic accent.
Trifling
Yeah.
details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand.
So you want to investigate as well?
That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time. Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Oh, okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yeah, she's like a murder mystery fan watching a show.
But that's not uncommon.
Well, one
for
of the
her.
really stupid
If you
ones.
remember, the justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away. Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
No shit, we don't.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her.
Well, when you put it like that.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No.
Well?
No.
And why would that be?
Doing so makes it easy for the truth to fall by the wayside. Something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how
he sounds like
fervent
he
the
smokes
audience's
20 packs, but is faking it.
expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Maloose. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
I wonder if she's gonna be 4 stars or 5 stars.
Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant. Sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon. Siege already agreed then.
Far be it from me to brag,
I say 4 star. Yeah, I'm just gonna cup Geo even more, making more 4 stars, no 5 stars.
Uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
You have a point.
I would like our Chlorine to be cupped into a 4 star like Kujosara was.
What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Thanks, Silver.
Alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Linny's tricks. Thanks!
Well, also assuming Chlorine is a 4 star. Yeah. Honestly, I would rather that Chlorine be a 4 star. Alright, anyways, up to the balcony like we wanted. Oh, I did need to talk to her. Well, the thing is, though, I want to check the balcony anyways. Fuck. Well, there's nothing up here. Just what I wanted. Oh, and I fell. Okay, cool. I guess we'll just go talk with her anyways. Okay. Doesn't make sense for either or both 5 stars. One of them could be a 5 star. They've only shown off those 2 girls, our 2 hot boys, our 2 femboys, and Lynette, and Farina. Those are the only characters they've shown from Fontaine so far. Which are obviously like all the ones we're getting in the near future. So it's just like one of them could be a 5 star to pad it. But they also could just hit some reruns. Anyway, Tristine.
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left.
So there's a back entrance. You act as if there's not like 5 different entrances to a fucking opera house or a theater, bro. Entrances and exits to the opera house. No one left the opera house during the magic show, and after the incident happened, only those who had their identities cleared by the guards could leave.
everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to...
I cut her off.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
There we go.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and will be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Nice.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Alright, here we go.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before
There was a
I reveal
trapdoor.
everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic, remembering the details
Hey,
of a
wait, where's
trick
the
will
cute
help you understand
decorations,
the
you
methods
dicks?
used to perform it more easily.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
The back of the door isn't the same.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
You never noticed shit anyways, but I didn't see it either because I wasn't looking there.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get?
Does it mean there's another box inside of this one?
Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Well, yeah.
Oh,
Makes sense.
So there was a passageway under the magic box.
And this passage linked the two boxes together.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Now what about your side of the trick?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
I could tell a lot of thought was put into this.
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then
You know for a fact that Navi is probably going to be a mid-tier DPS or shielder. Be nice to my Geo characters!
But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick.
Oh.
I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the
I love
scene
her
of the
design
crime.
too, but what else are
So
they gonna
Lenny and
do?
Lynette
I
are not
don't
permitted to
know.
stay
I
here.
just want her to be
I'll escort
cool.
them back up.
Geo
Yes,
healer
of
would be
course,
interesting.
No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear.
Better than
into
Noelle,
thin air, you
probably.
know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Alright, the magic trick. Lenny gave a detailed account of how the trick was supposed to work. By using the box inside of a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across via a tunnel underneath, and Lenny himself would also use this tunnel to get to the other side. Meanwhile, having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of on-stage interactions. Outside magic box structure. The magic box on stage... Oh, on stage, my bad. The magic box on stage has an additional layer to its rear, in which Lynette, in Lenny's clothes, remained hidden. She would appear at the end of the magic trick and lead people to believe that Lenny had been able to instantly move to the box on the other side. Audience size magic box structure. The magic box at the center of the audience stands has 2 layers, and beneath it is an entrance to the underground tunnel. This is how the lucky audience member was meant to have been transported without the audience noticing. Cool. Ladders required in order to return to the magic box above. This should be the control device for the trolley. It seems to be able to operate automatically.
Huh. What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Lady didn't mention this earlier.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
Dropped hook rope. A rope that has fallen to the ground. A metal hook has been tied to one end of this rope. Its use is unclear. It's a grappling hook. It was probably used to trigger the fucking, trigger the handle we saw back there from afar, so that way you could switch it. And also this vase. Yeah, I noticed this in the cutscene. The vase was broken.
The
back there.
floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Maybe it was for a trick.
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
Let's note this down too and think about it later.
Broken flower vase. There are many pieces of a broken flower vase on one side of the tunnel. All the water within has been spilled. Judging from the distance, it seems unlikely that it was knocked over by the trolley and then to transport the magic box.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Lenny didn't mention the guest having a wardrobe change.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Why does she have spirals on her glasses now?
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Have a good D&D, Eddie. The young lady's clothes. The clothes belong to Hailseed. The lady who went missing and found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. High precision is required to complete this magic show, and the tracks are perfect, making the trolley stay on its designated course. Just gonna go to look at it. All kinds of props and costumes are haphazardly stuck inside. Okay, hold on, examine the trolley. The trolley is crucial for transporting the magic box to the other side. The culprit must have used this to execute their plan. This is the last one.
What is this place?
Looks like a vent.
It seems someone could fit
Sussy.
through here.
Venting. A mogus.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Yes.
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
And this is their entrance.
But there are no other ways in or out of here.
Other than those that go through the magic boxes. Lenny and Lynette were the ones in the two magic boxes.
Oh, you're right. Let Paimon write that down.
Tunnel vent. The tunnel vent looks like it could allow one person passage, barely. But leaving along with the missing lady seems an unrealistic prospect.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Okay, cool. We got everything, I believe. Yeah, cool. Oops. There we go.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. It seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
Then maybe they entered down there to take the lady out and then put Oswald in there.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
In other words, the charges are
Even the
very
emergency
likely to be
services are
upheld
doing.
unless we make some considerable progress.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the Oratrice will hear statements from both sides.
The Oratrice too.
That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This
I wouldn't
also
allow that.
precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Fascinating.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh?
That sounds like it's
That machine
really...
is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neverlet called the shots.
That seems really easy to tamper with. It's like straight up voting. Like, you know, those like box votes where they'll like stuff a bunch of extra votes in and then pull out the, oh look, it's that kind of thing. That sounds really easy to tamper with, especially since it's a machine.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice. Ah, yes, the guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. And even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Calm down, Silver. We don't need to.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now it's not the time to
In
be
that
picky.
case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
We could just do that now.
Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
I'm on.
Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, Demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the Demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I love that. That's great energy.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group.
Sometimes the background, the music sounds a little bit like a song from Anastasia, that really old movie. Once Upon a December, I believe. It just sometimes sounds like it. I think it's just a Frenchy thing, but wait, wasn't that a Russian movie? I think it was about Russia. You know what? Maybe I'm just out of it, you know? Maybe it was just a theater thing. It must be a Spina de Rosa thing. I don't remember how to pronounce it. I just put my cursor over the one thing and clicked.
And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven! Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
Why are they two-tone macarons?
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process. But you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself! Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds, everything!
I was applauding.
I was clapping.
I was giving encouraging smiles.
That's not quite what Paimon meant, but okay. A for effort. A for effort.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty beating egg whites and baking like this?
How would you get yourself dirty beating egg whites like that?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try, fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
She's correct.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit.
Thank you. Why don't you take a break as well?
No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel
I'm
seems
tired.
to be
This is a
something
lot.
of a secret
3 hours
chamber.
already.
However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
So apart from the twins, we're left with 2 other people, the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims, whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
But she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked.
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the magic troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case.
We just need Phoenix Wright. Easy!
Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No! Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
It's fine. If you ate them, you ate them. Well, it's fine. Everyone knows how much you like eating.
Even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Oh, there's really no need to do that.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
They forgot to include the rest of his voice line.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula.
Rosula.
Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Probably the third person being involved. Neither Kabul nor Halsey had a motive. But after having talked to Navia, names are bad right now, I'm fucking dead inside. The likelihood of a third person being involved seems very low too. Cowl faked his own death or some shit?
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
I'm gonna stand over here. I believe it's a bag item. Listen, there we go. Alright, read.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This is
I'm just gonna quickly click through everything.
There was digging a tunnel just
So I am missing something.
that size would.
So I'm missing something in the Opera House. I'm missing 2 things in the tunnel. Let's go. Right. How did I miss things in the... How did I miss something in the Opera House? Now I'm upset that I missed 2 things in the fucking Opera House, and then all the rest of the shit underground. Oh well, let's see. Let's see what we got in our thing. Here it is.
Why would it be him? How strange. Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. This rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey. This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod! This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler. Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved. We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work.
Upsetty, upsetty, and upsetty.
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Okay. Well... We're just gonna have to fucking wing it. So, what? I believe wait until 8 the next day? Wait, hold on, I see a viewpoint up there. Hold on. It's right there. That little bit in the background sounds a bit like Once Upon a December. It's the viewpoint. Okay.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts, but let's take things step by step.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
So it sucked nuts.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
You might be disappointed. I missed 3 pieces of evidence, and I'm upset that I did.
We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
No, I think you're stupid.
Don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
Am I supposed to, like, use this in the middle or some shit? I'm still upsetty spaghetti. I missed so much of the tunnel.
I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
That is true, Steve.
Is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the...
No? Cool.
Count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
They probably represent the Orchestra's stance in the trial.
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye.
We'll ask Lynette if she heard it too, because she was in the other box.
Can also collapse in the blink of an eye. Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
Fatui?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
She's really full of herself.
Lenny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Leonette
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Okay. There's no doubt about a magician's ability to con others, given how Linny has concealed his identity. This could all have been set up beforehand. Plus, Child is here in Fontaine, along with other house representatives. There must be some scheme at work here. I've been a victim of such schemes before, and now...
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
Then where were you, dingus? In the vent? Was he venting? Is he sus?
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak?
Granted.
My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed.
In that case, what is your request?
I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
Yeah.
So you would stick to Mr. Linney's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought. In that case, my dear audience, let's allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while
I like the cool little
longer.
fins at the edge of her ribbons. That's cool.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two.
We trust a child, too. We still do.
Assumption that you weren't bad guys.
They're not bad guys. They're magicians.
Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
But how can we know this isn't all just another lie?
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point.
I still trust him.
Who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too. But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
Well, you both say that, but...
Explain the other issue first. Where did you actually go while the trick was being performed?
Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now!
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask.
It all of a sudden became dead.
We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
And what did you find?
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
I'm here anyways, fuck it.
You decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I believe in the facts. I'll defend you from these charges.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Actually, we already have the key evidence we need.
Huh?
The adjournments on the silver. Let's go back.
Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Lenny's statement. Lenny claims that he headed to the chamber containing the Oratrice's core upon entering the tunnel and did not witness the crime taking place, and thus did not hear the thud. The voice in the Oratrice core chamber, I almost said commerce. Lenny claims to have heard a mysterious voice in the chamber that houses the Oratrice core within the Opera House's underground structures. Anyways, trial. Yes, we're continuing it. Let's go. I wouldn't call it nail biting.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Based on the opposition's account of events, you can identify loopholes in their statement. Use evidence and clues obtained during the investigation to refute any erroneous assertions of fact and replace them with new inferences. I kept adding a T in there because my brain is numb. Use your refutations to convince the audience and obtain more support from the people. The Oratrice will display such shifts clearly. When you find and refute all incorrect content, you complete the cycle of refutation and unveil the truth.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the Opera House, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound.
This would have been earlier on.
Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before
There was no
operating
other
the
person we have
devices
evidence
such
of.
that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
Can I start anywhere? I'd like to start here. This one is easy.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey.
Okay, let's see. And the tunnel is to be. Let's see. This one, I feel like, is... Okay. All Linny saw was the grass.
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces of the aftermath.
Okay, this one... Oh wait, here. Only the guards can wait. No. Okay, so I think this is that one.
Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. Since he felt something was amiss, he returned immediately. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Nice. That wasn't that bad. Damn, Eddie made it out to seem like really bad, like it was actually like Ace Attorney, where you had to guess everything. But that was really easily learned out.
To say all that, wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right.
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion, however you say that Cowell bumped into Linny by chance.
If that's the case,
Linny.
then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, Your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't.
Your claim has now become my weapon. Your claim has also become a critical clue. I did not read that. Let's see. Which evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place? Oh, there's the other ones. Oh, I did still miss something in there. Irrelevant. Yeah, it's just the sound. It's the sound.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance. This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best.
Alright, I'll admit that was a good one with the glasses.
How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
The murderer was... Oh, and select the gear icons in the interface to check the corresponding case questions. Select answers and fill all the empty gears to verify the correctness of your deduction. If you have made mistakes, you must make another selection from the remaining options. Once you've answered all the questions correctly, you can complete this logic chain. Alright, how did the culprit trigger the onstage accident? Alright, it's investigation report, fire source in. He's no longer under suspicion. The only members of the troupe would have been able to tamper with the props. What was the original plan for the performance? Let me give a detailed account of the magic trip, how it's supposed to work. By using a box inside of a box, the idea was for the box containing the audience member to be transported across the tunnel underneath, and Linny himself would also use the tunnel to get to the other side. Having changed her outfit, Lynette and her assistant would take charge of onstage interactions. Clothing belonged to Halsey. The lady went missing or found in the tunnel. The reason for this remains unknown. He was the only person who possibly committed the crime. Why would her clothes be
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility?
Why were her
Halsey is the missing
clothes?
person.
No. Why were her clothes there?
The
I mean-
deceased's name is Cowell.
Yeah, I thought that before too. I was just like, yeah. Why were her clothes there? Because he did it. Didn't I say that? Did I say that earlier?
That can't be right. Are you serious?
Yeah.
The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How interesting! Let's hear your reasoning then.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
Alright, how can we envision Linny as having been unable to interfere with the crime?
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as well.
How can I prove there was an altercation in the tunnel?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, there must have been some fear that she would attract attention.
Who is the prime suspect currently?
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
Where did the missing Halsey go?
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey?
The deceased's name is Cow. No one entered or left the...
No. Document Lenny has been unable to interfere with the crime. The sound.
we heard may have...
I can prove there was an altercation in the tunnel.
It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. Lenny was not in the
That one, okay. The sound
we heard may have...
Who's the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cow.
Missing Halsey go.
It would have been tough for both people to... Halsey's clothing was in the It would have been tough for both...
No. Okay. Well...
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
What? Criminal must have understood the methods behind Lindy's magic trick. He must have been in a... Fuck. Leaving aside how he died, Cowell had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. Strange noise could have likely been the sound of Cowell and Hazy struggling. Lindy was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have been given time for Cowell to bring Hazy out of the magic box in the audience stands, but according to the guard's testimony, no one entered or left the opera house. So even if he had taken her, there'd be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box with a full view of the audience pretty much guaranteed that they would be discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go?
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff.
Is it literally the one piece of
Here
information I didn't
thought you
have?
had something to show for it, but it seems you're still
Look, since we're at a dead end, just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from that water tank, Lynette.
That startled me. Miss Busy. Miss Busy, welcome in. Welcome in. That startled me because I was really intense in this. Oh, magic. Escaping from the water tank. Wait, it had been the water?
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Shut your up, Shuni. Miss Busy, thank you for the raid.
Effective arguments.
Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, my name is Sky. I'm a cat girl. And we're playing Genshin right now. This wasn't a planned stream, I'm just playing because I wanted to get through the story so I could freely explore Fontaine more without having to worry about any story spoilers on social media. And I've been a huge Genshin fan for a few years now. And this has been really good. If you do not wish to see any spoilers, for instance, what happens in the entire case for the Fontaine main storyline, I recommend you take a break now, take a lurk maybe. But thank you for raiding me. I hope you have a nice stream. Oh right, I forgot my mod's not here. I have to do this myself real quick. Hold on. And oh, you were also playing Genshin. Oh, were you also doing Fontaine storyline? Not to be people just wanted to read someone, just finishing. No problem. Always welcome. No matter the amount of people. That's why I don't have a setting against it. I'm really bad at typing while I'm trying to do this. There you go. Alright, but yeah, if you wish to not be spoiled, this is your big spoiler warning right now. I'm about to solve the case. Alright. If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of trial. Hold on. Hold up, wait a minute.
Lenny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
How can we envision Winnie as having been unable to interfere with the
The
crime?
sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal. The deceased's name is Cowell, Lenny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
Broken vase.
was not broken by chance.
There we go. 10 years later, we get the hypothesis correct. Because it didn't give me the right information I was looking for.
Gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind.
Mm-hmm. Not finished all of it. Fontaine is 60% already, yeah.
A person could be transformed into water.
Yeah, I just did free exploring on my own, but I stopped so I could do this.
You know how preposterous you sound.
I'm at, I think, 80% in 2 areas.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
I request that we examine Cowell's personal effects. We might find something there.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well.
Suck it, Shuri.
Magic tricks are
Yeah,
ultimately
I
just
updated first day and immediately went
misdirection.
off exploring. I did not start the quest though,
Very real.
because I didn't want to. I didn't actually know where it was. I'll be honest. I started off exploring, and I was just straight up in
trust
Fontaine.
the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense. Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress.
Nouvele's so
Guards,
fucking chef's
please
kiss. I
step
love
into
him.
the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste.
Post-haste?
We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
Let's go.
The notebook in his backpack
yeah,
claims that these
unless
fluids
she's a DPS. If she's a DPS, probably not, but if she's a healer, I'll do it.
Sea.
The primordial sea.
Also, I like her
The
design
note's
a lot.
contents also
So I
indicate
think it'd be
that
nice.
Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times.
I am going to get Nouvelle and
Opera Epiclese,
Worcestershire
along
sauce
with yesterday's
Rio
date.
Thessley?
It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
That's
As
fucked.
such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is,
Oh, she's a DPS.
in
Probably my
fact,
favorite character ever.
supported by sufficient evidence.
I don't like her too much because I don't like
gotta be
Chuties that
kidding.
much, but I do
People
love her
dissolving
dramatic air just a
into
little
water?
bit.
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Go, Navia. I believe in you.
Order! Order!
Oh! I love
It
him
is
so
undeniable
much.
that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's go.
If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Water from the primordial sea. The liquid the guards found in Cowell's luggage seems to have the ability to dissolve Fontainians into water. That's not good. Who is the prime suspect currently?
Name is
Cowell. What item did the culprit use to control the timing of the dissolution?
I remember there was something else within the inner... Lynette was in the magic box on stage. The water from the primordial sea should already... Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick.
What item did the culprit use to dissolve her? The water from the primordial sea. What item did the culprit use to hide the mechanism behind the crime?
I remember there was something...
This. Thought this is correct. Let's go, first try. It's just much more structured than an actual Ace Attorney case from what I've heard of him. Oh, and here she goes again.
In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box. When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter
That's why all the decorations were gone.
the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel.
Oh no, I love Paimon so much. I just think that she's being a little too extra right now.
To use to cover his tracks.
Huh. That does make sense.
I know a lot of people who actually hate Paimon, and I'm like, I don't. I think she's actually a great companion. She just feels like she's being a little too much currently.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
I like being able to see her thoughts like that. That's
the
really
only
cool.
point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cowell's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
Huh?
What?
Loving planted evidence.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you. Does this not clear all doubt? My dear
Paimon's glasses are a bit
citizens,
much.
my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close.
Oh, here we go again.
Linny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent.
Okay.
Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowell then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Linny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowell out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon.
Wouldn't there be blood on it, you dumb bitch?
Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization.
Alright.
Am I right, Mr. Linny?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here. Is this the end of the road?
No, I can definitely see 3 being wrong.
Oh no! It doesn't look like there's any way around this. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen enough now.
Did I? Okay, there it is. I did. Okay, I did find literally every single thing. They just withheld 3 from me to drive me insane.
And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning. I believe this is indeed the finale. Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Whoa, let's go, Navia.
I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
What's that noise?
Come on, don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick, one that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Linny, if you would be so kind.
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance?
She's right, you know.
Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rasula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila!
Hey, the decorations and the design wall.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us 3.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl. I admit it.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt.
Hey, Mondstadt.
I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there. And I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
If they practiced hand at concealment, probably a professional thief could make it work.
But I swear I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
Yep, and now it's time to refute the Hydra Archon's previous reasoning.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Alright.
Seems this won't produce a particularly effective rebuttal.
The camera is not. Let's play the game of charge the camera. And I'm caught on my own cords. Okay. Okay. There we go. Okay, anyways. Then you entered the tunnel. Haley did not solve.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lily-Ann's attempt to break out when she was frightened.
Alright. She beat the shit out of him.
The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lily-Ann and Cowell. Lily-Ann was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
There we go. I don't know why I was trying to do the first part.
It's detective time on time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lily-Ann panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lily-Ann had not dissolved. He did not know that Lily-Ann was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket. Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lily-Ann back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lily-Ann came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Nice.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements? Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
Little.
No. I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
No.
Wow.
It's funnier this way.
She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks. He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was realizing that there was trouble. Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
My poster came in. Let's go. And my car is back home, so I have transportation. I'm feeling much happier now. I didn't hear a single thing of the solution, though. I'm gonna go back and look through my own VOD.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Yay!
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dared to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes?
Ooh. Ooh. Ooh.
I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss
I'm so trained from other things. Yakuza, that I thought like honestly a shot with a ring out, he's gonna be shot in the back of the head and killed.
Diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent mora off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Oh shit. He turned into water. I hope no one was thirsty.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
Oh, they have the mecha guards here too. I love the touch of the organ, though.
We're just going
It is an
back
opera house. There is an organ, and she just kind of sits by the organ sometimes. The problem seems to have been solved for now. We're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me.
No, it's
Still,
fine.
Let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
I just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused. I just wanted to be sure that we're square.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Oh, the fucking Knave.
The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
Yeah.
That's right.
She's kind of whack.
And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past.
I'm
Back
down.
when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Oh no.
What a dick.
So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Villains. That's what happened after that.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans. Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here.
That ain't
I
real,
was
Chief.
hesitant to trust
Sorry.
her. I mean, I had just been betrayed
That
by
ain't how
nobles,
the Fatui work.
but she was
My
also
bad,
quick
gamer.
to
You fucked
destroy
up
the
a
noble
little.
who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
It's on the past, though. The knave's after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Sarita to first use the Gnosis's power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
Exit out.
She believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here, Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from
That's how you say her
Fontaine.
name? Arlecchino?
We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, The only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I'm sorry, but I still can't completely trust you.
It's alright, I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Goodbye.
Bye, Linny!
Yeah, we still haven't seen one scene from the trailer that I'm curious about. Which, if you've seen the trailer... Anyways. Navia!
Hey there! What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Haha.
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
Well, I'm sorry, Navia.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I was really only trying to defend Linny. I wasn't necessarily looking to the serial disappearances case.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Free food is free food.
Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later.
Aw, I appreciate that. I
It
think
would
that's
just
sweet.
be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
Well, if you say so, let's go have that meal
You
then.
don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right then, let's have our farewell meal.
That's what I'm looking for. Man, this is still going. This
Every
is a
journey
really
has its
long
fun.
story. Like really long. Usually none of the other ones have been like this long, from what I recall. Jeez, man, 4.5 hours. I'm hungry. Well, anyway, luckily I do know where the hotel is. I've been there already. I bought recipes from there, and food. That seems like right away. It does.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so
Oh,
good.
they really had to leave garlic bread on the table. I really want garlic bread.
Enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
Uh-huh.
Sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It's certainly worth celebrating. It was a pleasure working with you.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food.
Oh, that's cute. I love
Speaking
it.
of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Well,
Is that tomato soup or is that tea? That's tea. Alright, cool. I was gonna be like, come on, tomato
that's
soup.
about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking.
Well, that's how dramatic irony
Was
works.
behind it.
Actually, no, I don't think the audience knows either.
In such investigations,
But usually
even
it's
the
Fatui.
smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail
It's either
of
the
clues is
Fatui or
cut
the
off.
Abyss. There's
To
never
be
really any
honest,
difference.
I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exists. Those
Makes sense.
highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
Yeah.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
Okay. I need to run to the bathroom really quick. So I'm going to do that real quick. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. I really need to use the bathroom, okay? It's been a while. You wanted to ask the Hydro Archon for some information. We haven't had much opportunity to do so.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon.
Yes.
I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways?
We're not kidnapping the
Perhaps even
president for the
methods of,
fucking,
let's say,
Declaration of Independence.
questionable legality?
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Ah, valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How could you overlook something like that?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break. You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
It's worth a try, but with someone with her personality, you really feel shame.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
I have to agree. My drink also tasted that way too.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fanta here then. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia.
And the ideas.
Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You can try walking, you know, or a little lower floating.
Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Rude.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
This sounds pretty tough for her. It's a pretty pricey meal. I'll take some Paimon.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your request the highest priority.
Oh, thanks.
In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
Oh, she's really sweet. I like her. Oh boy. More story. It's honestly super long. Holy shit. I think... Oh, if it finishes up within 30 minutes, I'd be a lot happier.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Hey, Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yeah, it was clearer than it was during the day.
That's kinda spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be something nasty in the water.
I can feel strong emotions. They're getting a little blurry.
Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Did we just Oceanid teleport or some bullshit? I knew it was a fucking Oceanid! Where's this?
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not. I'm sorry, who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human.
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
You lost your form.
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Light blue water. Could that have been... Could she be one of the girls who were dissolved?
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back. The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be.
So you need me to find it?
No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it will be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
That means Vache was a witness to the fact that you resolved.
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface. I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety.
It seems that after the body is dissolved, some measure of the consciousness still remains.
I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think.
Is that Paimon? Right, I wonder how much time has passed in reality.
Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
We pull our head out of the fountain like,
Wake up! Come on, hurry! Navia's outnumbered!
oh, well this isn't the one scene for the trailer I was missing, but it is one of them, that's for sure. Yeah, she has a white blind, isn't that nasty? She has Geo infusion now.
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Thanks, Chlorand. With your iron fucking sting.
Quick, now's our chance!
Yo, this is a pretty sick fucking cutscene. She's touching with a gun. Thank you, Chlorine.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
It's okay,
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating, no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Chlorand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Your hat's pretty cool too. It's at a funky point.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What just happened? Who was that?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for! Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
Oh, so you're a fighter now, Paimon. Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast.
Aw, that's
As
sweet.
such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky.
Wait, do you mean that? I thought it tasted strange as well, but I couldn't be sure.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Fortunately, Paimon, neither of us are from Fontaine. Otherwise, we would have been...
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all. That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Well,
we'll live.
You did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too. But it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then?
According to Lynette, the ability to hear voices like that has to do with one's sensitivity to the hydro element.
Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
I also gained some new intel.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vacher was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important.
That poor Ocean.
Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene. But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
If he's still alive, we could try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
Alright, partner, and by we, you mean us too, right?
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Hey, now they made it personal. They spiked my soda. I'm pissed.
That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Messing with us will cost him. This will prove to be their biggest mistake.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Thank you, Silver. Hi-ho, Silver. Holy boy. Long-ass Archon Quest. Back to Fontaine. Man, it's like New York. You can't tell if you're talking about the state of the city.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Very good. But let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, Traveler.
So you telling me that now I have access to down here? Oh wait, I've already been in the sewers of Fontaine before, actually. Alright, anyways, you ready to... And then we keep a going. Bang! And then here we go again, and I kinda just teleported down here. I forgot that when I was down here exploring the belows, was when I kept hearing about Spina. Oh well, slipped out of the cutscene a little.
So, this is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Thank you. Well, so much for my expectations.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... He was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
fucking
Mademoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend, but he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Makes sense.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that.
Well, he
How
definitely
could he
wanted to
protect
show his
honor
innocence
if
and honor.
he's dead. If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself.
It does seem quite odd. Do you have any clues as to why?
The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth.
Understandable.
If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Seeking the truth for the sake of your family. You know, we're quite alike in this regard.
Demoiselle, please, if there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle.
Aww.
Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our
His name is
support
Callus.
has decreased greatly due to that
Kinda
incident,
makes sense.
hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
As you saw
No.
from Linny and Lynette's
Perhaps people
case.
just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him?
No wonder the mood was a little strange between the two of you.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety.
Then that indicates he did intend to die in that duel.
Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end.
Well, it's alright. I understand how important this is to you.
Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
You think you're beat?
Relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly.
Hours. It is the Archon Quest. I have to. I do these in one go.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vache.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But that does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too
I'm about to
late
hear some crinkle ASMR. I have some chippy. I need to eat some
No.
chippy.
There is one ray of hope,
Lose
one
consciousness.
place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette, a place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanid you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
Okay.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
And now we go.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Make sure it's still on the Archon Quest. Good. I was already sold on, like, having Neuvillette, because I love Neuvillette. And they just made him better, just by him existing. For real, for real.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Neuvillette's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Don't talk so meanly to him, Lizzie.
Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Thanks so much.
I hit G instead of F like an idiot.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vache. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Like there's like rainbow gem around his neck.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
I know, I love him. Isn't he great?
Unfortunately,
nothing in
I'm
conjunction.
quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years. There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Yes, that's that. So we're back to square one.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Nuh-uh.
Is that so?
I don't dream about oceanids.
All right, then.
I hate oceanids.
Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Man, with all the times I had to beat the shit out of the Oceanid boss, because I have so many Hydro characters from older days, I fucking hate the Oceanid.
Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette?
I apologize for the crinkling.
Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret? No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should.
Now, if you want to hear emotionless, I could direct you some other characters.
It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone.
That's kind of how older guys are. It's kind of how a lot of guys are in general.
It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Damn, she's really upsetting Spaghetti. But that is her father dying. Well, her father throwing his life away, more like.
Navia, are you okay?
No, she's clearly not.
Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
She's just embarrassed that she fucking
Now
lost.
that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
Rain.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Your father's case. Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
There's something you didn't know at the time.
Oh? Wait.
The fact that people can be turned into water.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water and then got washed away with the rain? Yeah, and if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Ah, it's Archon Quest. We should go while the other is still
Great.
fresh.
Let's go then.
Bye. Whoop.
Whoa, what a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
I think I'm starting to get why you like it.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
Yeah, I came down here for a... Oculus that was here at the top of the ship. That is why I found the ship.
Melus, we're back!
My loose, we're back.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Melus? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could the mastermind be the same person?
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Drugs.
Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he
Correct
did.
Indeed.
Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
That's definitely, I picked up the murder weapon like a dumbass.
In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
So they could have belonged to someone who got dissolved.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired.
Maybe your father got into an argument with Jacques. It's also possible that the third person was to blame.
You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malouse?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he
Makes
had
sense.
no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Don't fucking bonk me, you bitch. This is another part of the VOD I'm gonna have to go through. I was just asked to help with something. You have the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
We have the power to go storming in
You
on
mustn't
our
forget
arm.
that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Why would you work with the
Well,
cops?
you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Malus.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Malus. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here.
Yeah, it's probably Silver.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What's this Confrérie?
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Leave it to me.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Fuck. Callus's case records. 3 years ago on a rainy night, banquet goers heard 2 gunshots outside the house. When they reached the scene, Callus had a gun in his hands, and Jacques had been shot and slain. Based on the investigations done then, there's no possibility that anyone else could have done the deed and escaped, and Callus was thus adjudged to have been the culprit. Oh my god, this is still alright. Okay. What? You're shitting me. There's no way in hell you have to beat the Archon Quest in order to get through Yoimiya's. Do not tell me. Okay, thank God. That's gonna be, do not tell me, Linny, since you also have to complete the Archon Quest. Oh, I was gonna be like, I swear to God, you're fucking with me. That's...
Where do you want to go next?
No, we're not going
if
to
you'd like to see Liyue's tourist spots, I have a few references.
So we're cutting it here. I only expect this to be 2 to 3 hours, not 5.5. So if I'm not too dead tomorrow, I'll probably be too dead.
Osmanthus wine tastes the
don't
same
Osmanthus wine me while I'm tapped out.
But where are those who share the moment?
If I'm feeling okay on Saturday and I don't have too much to work, we'll continue this on Saturday. Otherwise, I probably will try not to come around this part of Fontaine, which is actually pretty easy to avoid. So, thank you all so much for watching. Have a great time, whether day or night. I still have a Twitter, still Skies Vintage, still go check it out. I'll be there to the heat death of the fucking universe.
Every journey has its final day.
We've hit 90 followers. In 10 more followers, I'll pick something else to do. Probably like 5 more, actually. Something else to do is a celebration. Maybe involving friends, maybe not. Depends. Depends on who we can find that'll be free enough to where we don't postpone it for months. My Sylvan Archive YouTube is still linked in the description. I'm preparing... I think Splatfest VODs are up next.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
I can't remember if Splatfest VODs are up next.
Who share
but I'm still preparing those because they were really thick and I needed to go through them for stuff. So those will be up probably next week? Probably. If they're not up next week, oops.
Where do you want to go next?
For a little information on the community server, I'm working with some other friends, and we're gonna do a group community server of all our communities together. So, I mean, we already share a lot of community members anyways, so that's why we're like, you know what, this will be fine.
Osmanthus wine tastes the same as I remember.
Wine.
But where are those who share?
And so that will not be coming up at 100 unless we get that done in time, but I doubt it. So, let me see about who's live that I can raid. We're gonna actually, this may seem a little weird, but we're actually gonna raid
Osmanthus wine
Alfina.
tastes the same as I remember.
Yeah, there she is,
But where
Alfina.
are those who
Because
share?
Alfina's playing Franbo currently, and I fucking love Franbo. I absolutely adore Franbo, and I've been a fan for a really long time. And I heard they're making they're either making a sequel or they're making an upgraded version of the original. And I honestly am super excited. I didn't have money to get the plushies for it. I wanted to, but I didn't have money. Well, we're gonna raid Alfina. And we're gonna have fun watching Franbo. Franbo's awesome. We're in a star. We're a star raid. Yeah. Ugh, okay.
Every journey has its
Thanks.
final day.
Thanks for sticking around.
Don't rush.
If you didn't, that's okay. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I really didn't expect the stream to go this long. I've been exhausted the whole time. I wasn't at my A game, but it's fine. We'll be fine. And we'll continue Genshin. Maybe Saturday. If I'm dead on Saturday, we're doing it on Sunday. Alright. So I will see you all next time. Bye bye. Say hi to Alfina. Enjoy Franbo.
Osmanthus wine tastes the